Minnesota, dialed 696. Double entry boxcars. We need you to 7 and 8. Double entry boxcars. Why don't you start coming down to lanes 7 and 8? Couple of great lights. 7 light by Tyler Lau, but he breaks it out by 6 thou. Taking 23, Jenna Lawfulholtz goes 11 on the tree, 1 over with a 3 for a 24 pack. She'll advance to round 2. Next pair out, that's Jean Milton in that Plum Crazy 2018 Dodge Demon, dialed 663. She'll get a head start over Scott Pachette, dialed 583 in that beautiful 64 Galaxy 500 XL, dialed 583. He gets the automatic win. He was also 3 on the tree. Jean Milton was 3 on the tree, but 3 on the bad side of the tree. She goes 3 red, Pichette 3 green, runs dead on with a 9, a cool 12 pack for Scott Pichette. Coming out now, Dustin Wells over here in the Auto Value lane in his S10 pickup. He's dialed 675. Going to get over a second head start from Travis Reitzel. Reitzel out of Howard Lake, Minnesota, in his 2000 Camaro, dialed 540 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Reaction time advantage favors the Chevrolet from Iowa, Dunkerton, Iowa. Finish line advantage, Travis Reitzel. He gets there first by 70. As Dustin Wells has trouble running the number, Travis Reitzel advances. Next pair out, that's Tanner Osborne in the 2015 Camaro in the Auto Value lane. Very fast car, dial 543. He's going to be chasing down Uncle Jim. That's our very own Jim Lambrick out of Lino Lakes, Minnesota, in his 66 Dodge Charger. 440 cubic inches of power under that hood. Dialed 715. Jimmy's got that car working about as good as it can work. He's 6 on the tree, runs it through, goes 716 on the 715 dial for a 19 pack. Nice little pop a wheelie off the starting line, and away Jim goes. Osborne also ran dead on. 43 with a 3, but a little late on the starting line. Couldn't make up the difference. Now we got Mark Lonergan. Lonergan out of Austin, Minnesota, in what I think is supposed to be, let's see, if that's a Plymouth, that's Moulin Rouge for the color of the car. 645 for his dial. He's going to be chasing down Joe Schmall. Joe Schmall in the 69 Plymouth Fury, dialed 724. Huge reaction time advantage going to the guy that's crossing the finish line. That's Joe Schmall. He runs it dead on, takes a bunch of stripe, but it's all about winning. He throws down a 27 pack, taking 150. But he's on to the next round. Mark Lonergan, he'll be buying back and coming back for round 2 also. Right now, last night's $5,000 winner, Bryce Miller, he dials up a 549 in his 69 Camaro out of Maple Lake, Minnesota. Going to be chasing down Joe Shola. Joe Shola out of Andover in his 97 Camaro, dialed 709. And unbelievably, Bryce Miller has a chink in the armor. He goes 1 stinking thou red, runs it through, breaks it out by 4 thou. A horrible run by Bryce Miller standards, although he's only 5 thousandths away from a perfect run. Joe Shola, on the other hand, goes dead on with a 0. And I think he's 2 for 2 in the first round. I think he won both his first round matches. So final call for double entry boxcars to lanes 7 and 8. Final call. With that, box entries, lanes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bring them on down. Box entries, bring them on down for your first round of competition here at Rock Falls Raceway today. Couple of Chevy 2s in the starting line now. Louis Raffetto again. Back for his second pass. He's dialed 598, taking on Dale Hildreth. Hildreth dialed 564 in his purple Chevy 2 in the auto value lane. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevy 2 of Dale Hildreth. He runs 4 over, gets behind 4 thou. But Louis Raffetto breaks it out, handing the win back to Dale Hildreth, your winner. Steve Brings coming back for his second lap in his double entry. He's dialed 594 in that 64 Falcon. In the Fast Freddy's lane, taking on Derek Hansen. Hansen in the 76 Chevy Nova. He's out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, dialed 675. Reaction time advantage going to the Ford, and he'll turn that into a win as he goes 1 over with a 2 on a 009 light for a 21 pack. Derek Hansen, 31 on the tree, mathematically ineligible. Next pair, Mike Castile with his wheelie wagon, dialed 578 in the auto value lane. Going to be taking on Dusty Winrich. Both these guys are double entered. Winrich dialed 652 in his Chevy S10. So double entry boxers, you should be in 7 and 8. Double entry boxers in 7 and 8. All other boxers, come on down, fill in the lanes. 9, 10, 11, 12, 7, 8. Everything's open. Let's go. Reaction time advantage went to Mike Castile. He's 13 on the tree, 2 over with a 2, taking 007 at the stripe. Winrich, 40 on the tree, runs dead on with a 2. But Castile able to regulate the finish line margin and take the win. Heavy hitters on the starting line right now. Steve Stockman, multi-time pro champion here at Rock Falls, reigning Super Pro champion. He's dialed 588, taking on Brandon Schmall, former national champion in pro, multi-time pro champion down at Cedar Falls Raceway, multi-time race winner, period. Brandon Schmall dialed 627 in his 68 Chevy Nova. Box double entries, you should be in 7 and 8. The rest of our box entries, come on down. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Separated by only a thou, you'd expect nothing less. Double breakout, breaking out by the least amount. That's Brandon Schmall. He's only 7 thou under. Steve Stockton goes 17 thou under. Your winner, Brandon Schmall. Coming out now, Pete McKeith in his 66 Chevy 2, dialed 542. Going to be chasing down John Blomberg. Blomberg out of Cumberland, Wisconsin, in his 70 Nova, dialed 662. Blomberg last the stage, a tree comes down, and away goes John. John Blomberg, 4 thou red. Hands the win over to Pete McKeith. Pete McKeith runs it on down, breaks it out 3 thou. But he's moving on. John Blomberg, he's moving on too, but he's moving on to the buyback window, which is on the south end of the old concession stand. Stop on down, get your buyback ticket. I think it's only $75. Whatever it is, even if I'm wrong. But right now we're loading up the lanes with our box entries.
stop once in a while.
I tweaked my back this morning and I couldn't even breathe. I was lifting up the cover on the timing stuff. And it was just awkward enough. It did so. I could hardly breathe. So,
That's how it happens too.
oh, it's
Someone-
just stupid.
You sneeze, you sleep on it wrong. It's just something dumb every time.
You know, I'm not sure what the number is at Charlie, but Dan Klein is a potential buyback and pulled into lane 13. One exercise 9. One exercise 9.
This sounds so much better already.
You'll have to discuss that with the track manager, period. But highly unlikely.
So, I'm standing here thinking about it. When we move to the new tower, are you gonna do upgrades or what's your thoughts?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't listen anymore.
I would replace that. That would be
That laptop?
the first thing to
Yeah,
get.
it'll be
Get a
the-
desktop.
So as we do a little cleanup out here, we'll get our burn boxes cleaned out, and while we're loading up the lanes, we got our double entries at the head of 7 and 8. You'll be coming out first, but we got a couple minutes while we load lanes up with the rest of our box entries for round 1. If you lost first round in your no box entry, get on down to the buyback window. There's no reason to go home. You still got a chance to win $5,000. I've done it myself through the buyback window.
You throw a lot at it or you throw a little at it and you get the same result.
No shame in going to the buyback window and then winning $5,000 at the end of the day. No shame at all.
I do a gaming event every year. So every year we've been adding and adding. We got a workstation for audio video. We've got. So we do this in my buddy's basement.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm an IT guy, so I can tell. Trade. But so we host it's a 24-hour gaming event for Extra Life for Children's Miracle Network.
Okay.
So there's like 8 of us that get together. So every year we throw another like 3 or 400 bucks.
Hey, don't forget, happening between 1 and 2 o'clock, we got a candy cotton eating contest down at Big Girls. They're sponsoring this deal. Get on over to Big Girls and sign up if you're interested in getting into that. And who wouldn't be?
Like everybody.
All the cotton candy you can eat. I don't know if there's an entry fee,
That's not what we choose.
but they got a nice trophy that you get
So
if you're the champion in today's cotton candy eating contest.
How do I find it?
so we've been
Don't
doing-
forget about that. I know you want to win $5,000, but probably just below that on the scale of life is winning the Big Girls Cotton Candy Eating Contest here at Rock Falls Raceway today.
non-gamers.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So if I put it on YouTube, well, everybody's gonna
Here
see
we
it.
go.
I
Round
would,
1 to 5.
I would use Facebook.
Get to your place.
Yeah, how are you?
Go
'Cause
down.
we, just for instance, I used to do this on my phone using that tripod.
I was
Maybe you
gonna say,
saw that.
yeah, oh, yeah,
That
oh,
was
yeah.
a pain in the.
Oh yeah.
Pain
I
in
was
the
like,
butt.
hold the phone still. You need a tripod, man. You need a tripod.
Yeah, I mean, there was one of the first weekends I was out here for like 3 hours at a time, 2 times a day, and by Sunday my arms were just like this, just shaking. It's like that's probably the last time I'm gonna be doing that. And I got a tripod, and it's a little easier, but still, when the sun is shining, you can't see your phone that well to see
Yep.
what you're showing people.
Yeah, so we were losing, and I could tell the sun was in your way because we were losing half the track.
So here we go. We're saddling up staging lanes 7 and 8. Saddle up if you're in staging lanes 7 and 8. Saddle up. You're coming out right now. Round 1, box, $5,000 on the line.
And we're getting probably tops 80 viewers there, and I topped out at over 200. I would recommend.
Couple of dragsters on the line right now. This is when the racing gets real. Jeff Cheney in the auto value lane.
It's give and take.
In the slow dragster, he's dialed 508.
To figure out how to do
That's Kaylin Bignell.
the other issues. I have screamers when
In her, I believe that's an American dragster, rear engine dragster.
because we are apparently
Dialed 495, big block Chevy power right here out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Cheney hails from Cambridge, Minnesota. Cheney Performance, his sponsor. If you need anything done performance-wise,
you're limited
Jeff's your guy.
to stream that long.
You're right.
So that's the hard part.
Yeah, you can go hours and hours and hours on YouTube without getting out.
So we put like
Cheney first in the beams
to our Twitch account.
Yeah.
and first to stage.
5 years.
Bignell gets it in. Tree comes down. Here we go. Separated by only 4 thou. Cheney with the advantage turns it into a win, going 1 over with a 7, taking 7 thou at the stripe. Big Nell runs 2 over. They'll recalculate, buy back, and come back later. Cheney, we'll see him later in his fast dragster going about 471. Next pair out, that's Nate Kofke in that Mustang in the Auto Value Lane, 87 vintage. He's dialed 649. Going to give a small head start to Tony Robertson. Robertson out of Rochester, Minnesota in his beautiful Chevy S10. Dialed 672. Kofke, 3 stinking thou red. Hands the win over to Robertson. Robertson runs it out the back door. 4 under. Kofke, 7 thou under. They're both coming back. 1 via the buyback window. Jerry Kloss dials up a 652 in his beautiful S10 pickup. He's dialed only 8 thou quicker than Jason Charlton, so he should move first. Should say 800s quicker. Jason Charlton dialed 660 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Both drivers in the stage, get off the button, and away they go. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevy S10. Finish line advantage stays with him. He's 15 dead 7 for a 22 pack. Jason Charlton, 24 on the tree, had no chance. Did take 9 thou stripe, but had to break out to do it. Coming up now, Fluffy Moeller. Actually Francis, but we call him Fluffy here at Rock Falls Raceway. He's dialed 526 in his dragster, taking on Rob Eastman. Eastman dialed 550 in that beautiful Chevy Beretta. Big block Chevy power, couple of carburetors. He's dialed 550 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Eastman 7 green, Fluffy 11 red. Eastman runs it out, goes two over for a 29 pack and moves on. Fluffy on his way to the buyback window.
All right, he said the placement looks good. They said the latency for the audio video is like almost spot on. I mean, I'll be the judge of that one.
So here we go. Next pair, Reno Lopaholtz in that 68 Ford Mustang. Dialed 565. He's going to be chasing down Mark Rosenbaum. But Rosenbaum in the Corvette. Dialed 611. 611.
Yeah, no, I'm totally willing to help with whatever. You want my number? Yes.
If you're a boxcar, you should be in the staging lanes. Round 1 is happening right now. If you're not in the staging lanes, you're late. And if you miss this round, you'll have to buy back to get into the next round. Reaction time advantage going to the Corvette. He turns that into a win, running 1 over with a 6. Combine that with his 6 reaction time. That's a 22 pack. Lopaholtz 28 light. No good. Even though he breaks it out by a thou, he's still behind by 5 thou at the end of the track. Pair of dragsters coming to the line right now in the Auto Value lane. That's Brian Yeomans. Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin in the 99 Mullis dragster. Dialed 544. Going to get chased by Jake Bjorklund. Bjorklund out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Dialed 5 flat.
Yesterday I was trying to get him like in the yellow bowl, but now I should have to really worry about getting both of them into
Separated by only 4 thou.
Yeah, so what you're going to do there is you're going to pick them up.
Getting there first, not breaking out.
If you don't really want an ACA.
Jake Bjorklund. I should say getting there second, not breaking out, as Yeomans has to break it out to get there first. Your winner, Jake Bjorklund. 502 on his 5-flat dial. Next pair coming out, doing the burnout in the dragster, that's Dean Wentler. Wentler out of Black River Falls, Wisconsin, in an 05 Danny Nelson car. He's dialed 490. He's going to be chasing down Carl Geib. Geib out of Montrose, Minnesota, in his 80 Chevy Monza. Small block power, dialed 620.
Because that mic was going in this ear and that mic was going in this ear. But now we've got both ears.
So here we go. Geib first to stage. Wentler follows in. Tree comes down, and away they go. Reaction time advantage going to Carl Geib. He'll pedal it once, run dead on with an 8. Taking 4th out at the stripe. Feels pretty good about himself right now after that first round loss in pro. Carl Geib moving on. Dean Wentler going to the buyback window. Breaks it out 6th out. Couldn't get there. Next pair out, that's Doug Katina in that Mopar powered twin carbureted rear engine dragster, dialed 493 in the Fast Freddy's lane. He's taking on Travis Reitzel. Reitzel in his Camaro, dialed 540. Reaction time advantage going to Reitzel. He'll turn that into a loss as he breaks it out. On the double breakout, breaking out by 8 thou less. Doug Katina moving on, not going to the buyback window. The advantage of having a faster car, sometimes you can drive that other guy to break it out. And this time, double breakout, but he broke it out further. Reitzel loses. Katina moves on. Next pair, Dion Dignitz in the rear engine dragster in the auto value lane. He's dialed 529. Says Rena Lawful-Holtz. I'm not sure who's driving this Mustang right now, but I'm going to go with that. Could be Jenna, could be Gary. I think it's Gary. Dialed 581 in the Mustang. Big Papa Wheelie out of the Mustang. Only 5 thou separating them. A couple of good lights. Getting there first, and neither of them breaking out. Taking 12 at the stripe. Dignitz goes dead on with an 8 on a 9 light. 17 total. Lawful-Holtz had to go dead on 2 or better to win. Not a big margin to get inside. Coming out now, Johnny D. Piazza in the 75 Chevy Vega out of Brookfield, Wisconsin. Dialed in 645, going to be chasing down Uncle Jim Lambrecht in his 66 Charger, dialed 715. Looking for Piazza to pre-stage. Uncle Jim's already in. And here we go. Jim first to stage, Piazza in, tree comes down, and away goes Jim. Lambrecht crushes the tree, goes 12. Piazza has trouble, but runs it through. He finishes a mile behind at the stripe, follows Lambrecht through, and on the double breakout, still can't win. Lambrecht advances in one of the strangest races you'll see this weekend here at Rock Falls Raceway. Piazza, his reaction time started with a 2. I'll just say that. A couple of dragsters on the starting line now. A regular sized one and a miniature sized one. Roger Hopf in the Landshark, dialed 475. That's big block Ford power in that machine. Dialed 475. Going to be chasing down Jeff Jones. Jones in the normal size dragster, dialed 495. Big block Chevy power. Beloit, Wisconsin versus Madison, South Dakota on the starting line right now. Both drivers in. The tree comes down. The hands go up. And away they go. Jeff Johnson with the starting line advantage. Runs dead on. Shuts out Roger Hop. Jeff Jones, 16 light. Dead on 5, 21 pack. Roger Hop had a 35 light. No chance, even though he also went dead on with a 5. Next two drivers coming up in the auto value lane in the dragster. That's Dan Cook out of Brandon, Wisconsin. Dialed 472. In the motorcycle, in the Fast Freddy's lane, that's Mike Bolander, dialed 577 on that 80 Kawasaki. Both drivers in. Down comes the tree, and away goes Mike. And away goes Cook. These drivers only separated by 5 thou. You hear him regulate the throttle at the end of the run, running dead on with a 5. Mike Cook goes 8 on the tree, dead on 5 for a 13 pack. Mike Bolander, 13 on the tree, had to go dead 0 and wish. He's 3 over. Dan Cook advances. Next pair of dragsters on the line, that's Bruce Call in the Fast Freddy's lane. Another Mopar powered twin carbureted rear engine dragster. He's dialed 476. Going to be chasing Jim Fanlin. Fanlin out of De Pere, Wisconsin, dialed 5 flat in his rear engine dragster entry in the auto value lane. Both drivers in and pre-staged. And now staged. Significant reaction time advantage goes to your winner. Runs 1 over with a 5 on a 16 light for a 31 pack. Call breaks it out, 6 thou. Next pair on the starting line, that's James Fanlin in his 80 Camaro Rally Sport. Dialed 716. Going to get over a 2-second head start from John Hinch. Hinch from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, in his 06 Race Tech dragster. Lucas Oil on the side of that car. Bad Habit, the name. Dial 504 in that dragster. Hinch goes red. Fanlin 008 on the tree. Runs it out. Breaks it out by 11 thou. Next pair coming to the line in the 95 Firebird. That's Dan Narshevitz. Dialed 541. Pontiac Power versus Big Block Chevy Power and a rear engine dragster in the auto value lane. Derek Degnitz, dialed 496. Tree comes down, Narshevitz goes red. He's 15 on the red side. Degnitz 27 on the green side. Runs it through, goes dead on with a 0. A tidy 27 pack. Narshevitz 2 over with a 7. Heading to the buyback window. Next pair in the starting line, this is Bryce Miller. Yesterday's $5,000 winner. He's dialed 549 in the auto value lane. He's going to get just a baby head start. From Richard Rhoda, Sr., dial 534 in his Chevy 2, the Fast Freddy's lane. Rhoda, 3 thou red. Bryce, a lot green. Breaks it out 1 thou. Rhoda runs it through, breaks it out 22 thou. No matter, though, he had already gone red. Coming out now, Tony Robertson in his Backlash rear engine dragster, dialed 499. Going to be spotting over 2 seconds to Joe Schmall in the Fast and Furious Fastronic Special, dialed 723 in the auto value lane. True start in effect. True start in effect. Both drivers go red. Joe Schmall 2 thou red. Tony Robertson 1 thou red. Joe Schmall runs it dead on. Tony Robertson breaks it out 4 thou. But by 1 stinking thou, Joe Schmall has to go back to the buyback window. Next pair out. Tanner Svetlo, or Svito, I'm sorry, I just butchered this name all weekend long. In the 2010 American Dragster, dialed 5 flat, going to be chasing down Jerome Gardner. Gardner in the 71 Chevy, or Plymouth Cuda, dialed 548. Gardner, 8 thou red. Tanner, 17 green, breaks it out by 14 thou, but no matter, as Gardner had already gone red. Gardner did run 1 over with a 2. And the next pair on the line, couple of dragsters, 1 Chevy powered, that's Jeff Cheney in the auto value lane, dialed 472. 1 Ford powered, that's Kyle Loffelholtz, dialed 468 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Cheney Performance versus GNS Dyno and Chassis. Minnesota Performance on the starting line right now. Reaction time advantage going to Cheney. Finish line advantage stays with him. He runs dead on with a 2 for an 11 pack. Kyle Loffelholtz, 19 light, dead on 2 for a 21 pack. 11 beats 21 every day of the week. Both drivers well over 140 miles an hour. Next pair coming out, that's Scott Berghammer in the 67 Camaro. He's dialed 621, going to get chased down by AJ Bignell. Bignell dialed 477 in his 2012 American rear engine dragster with big block Chevy power. Nothing stellar on the tree, but they're only separated by 2 thou, so it's a drag race. Scott Berghammer breaks it out 11 thou, taking 26 at the stripe. Had to take 15 or less to get the job done. Tough to do. Difference in speed between the two cars over 25 miles an hour. AJ Bignell runs 1 over with a 7. And like I say, we'll just say the lights were 2 thou apart. Neither of them writing home how good they were. Next pair out, that's Blaine Anderson in the Fast Freddy's lane out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin in the 68 Camaro. He's dialed 628. He's going to get chased by Alan McMoran. McMoran out of Corcoran, Minnesota in the 74 Nova. 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy power under his hood, dialed 560 in the auto value lane. Blaine Anderson serves notice. He's going to be around for a while. Oh, and in an uncharacteristic deal, Blaine Anderson, 4 on the tree, breaks it out 5 thou. McMoran, not 4 on the tree, breaks it out only 4 thou, following Blaine Anderson through. Blaine Anderson took 100 at the stripe, and by virtue of the double breakout, breaks out by 1 stinking thou more than Alan McMoran. Another pair of dragsters on the starting line, Richard Rhoda Jr. out of North Branch, Minnesota in the 01 Cameron dragster, dial 527. Going to get chased by Craig Schultz. Schultz dialed 5 flat, has the reaction time advantage and the finish line advantage. He runs 1 over with a 2 for a 19 pack. Rhoda had to take 6 thou or less. He took 500ths, broke it out by 400ths. Your winner, Craig Schultz. Now in the Fast Freddy's lane, that's Doug Cruz in his 91 Camaro out of Rockford, Illinois. He's dialed 652, going to get chased by Kyle Lundberg. Lundberg out of Cambridge, Minnesota in his 03 Cameron rear engine dragster, dialed 551.
Please know if you haven't already called, no box buyback, no box double entry buyback.
Okay, no box drivers, no box drivers. Doug Cruz goes 6 on the tree, 3 over for the win. No box double buybacks, no box double buybacks, 3 and 4. No box double buybacks, 3 and 4. No box double buybacks, 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. No box double buybacks. Staging lanes 3 and 4. No box buybacks. You're on high alert. You'll be coming in behind them also in staging lane 3 and 4. The starting line now, that's Jim Laughlin in his 78 Chevy Malibu, dialed 678. Going to spot Myron Strite a second head start, dialed 770 in the Fast Freddy's lane in his 68 Camaro. Off they go, Laughlin 009 red, Myron Strite 6 green, runs it through. 1 over with a 7 for a 23 pack. Myron moving on. So double entry buybacks, lanes 3 and 4 for no box. Regular no box buybacks will come in behind them, also staging lanes 3 and 4. On the starting line now, birthday boy, Kevin McCarty. Happy birthday, Kevin McCarty, dialed 725 in his 67 Chevy Chevelle Super Sport. Big block power. Going to get chased down by Willie Gray. Willie Gray in the rear engine dragster in the auto value lane, dialed 485. Kevin McCarty goes red, 16 red. Willie Gray, 15 green. Runs it out the back door. Goes dead on with a 3 for an 18 pack. Your winner, Willie Gray. Willie Gray not given a birthday gift to Kevin McCarty. Once again, happy birthday, Kevin McCarty. Double entry, no box buybacks. Double entry, no box buybacks. Staging lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Next pair of dragsters on the line, that's Anthony Bignell in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 495. Taking on last night's runner-up, Bruce Van Straten in his 04 Miller dragster, dialed 513 in the auto value lane. Reaction time advantage going to Bruce Van Straten, but he misses the spot to drop at. Goes 11 thou under, taking 40 stripe. Breaking it out. Big Nell runs dead on with an 8 for a 45 package, and he'll advance. Double entry, no box buybacks, 3 and 4. Regular no box buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. So all no box buybacks, staging lanes 3 and 4. Josh Gansky on the line in the auto value lane, dialed 499. Going to get the tiniest of head starts from John Lieberg. Lieberg out of St. Cloud, Minnesota in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 495. Lots of zeros on the starting line, a 3 to a 6. And the winner is the 6 on the double breakout. Breaking it out by 8 thou, John Lieberg. Breaking it out by 11th thou, Josh Genske. 3 thou difference in breakout hands the win over. Genske 003 on the tree, Lieberg 006. Next pair in the starting line in the Fast Freddy's lane, that's Dan Shea, the 96 Chevy Beretta, big block Chevy power, I think 632 cubic inches. Dialed 501. Going to be chasing down Jim Higgins. Higgins out of South Haven, Minnesota, in the 69 Nova. Friday night's $2,500 winner, dialed 680. 3 stinking thou red goes Dan Shea. Handing the win over to Higgins. Higgins 18 on the tree, 15, or I should say, yeah, 15 over for a 33 pack. Shea 31 over. Would have had to go 2 on the tree or less, but he went 3 red. Next pair out, that's Shane Pope in the auto value lane, dialed 475. Going to be chasing down Kalen Bignell's second entry in Super Pro, dialed 497. Bignell out of Altoona, Wisconsin. Shane Pope out of Mount Morris, Illinois. Reaction time advantage favors Bignell. She runs it through, runs dead on with a 2. She's 2 on the tree for a 4-pack. Best run of the day so far. Kalen Bignell lays it down. Shane Pope 30 on the tree, no chance. Breaks it out on the other side, but didn't make a difference. 4 total for Kalen Bignell. Next pair out, that's Zane Spiker out of Fredericksburg, Iowa. Dialed 676 in the auto value lane. Got a couple of beautiful golden retriever puppies in their pit. Saw those guys last night. Taking on Johnny D. Piazza. Piazza dialed 637 in his Vega in the Fast Freddy's lane. Reaction time advantage going to Spiker. Finish line advantage stays with him. He's 4 on the tree, 2 over 0 for a 24 pack. Taking 12 at the stripe. Your winner. And earning the buy from the time trial. I'm sure he was trip zip on the tree. Dan Klein in his 59 El Camino. Spotlighted here, dialed 535. Watch this car leave. Sadly, you probably can't see it, but it just barely carries that left front tire off the ground for a bunch. And is off like a shot. He's horrible on the tree, but he doesn't care. Runs it 2 over. He's on to second round, avoiding the buyback. So no box buybacks, no box buybacks. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. All no box buybacks. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. We'll give you a minute or two. Final call. This is where I get a little confused. Where's my radio? So we're loading up the lanes with our double buybacks and buybacks, no box, double, single, whatever. If you're buying back and you're in no box, you should be in staging lanes 3 and 4. If you're a winner, hold off. But you're on high alert. No box winners, you are on high alert.
Wait, LES 20, no box buybacks.
So if you're a no box car and you're buying back, you should be in staging lanes 3 and 4.
You just get this up till it's done without me, guys.
Trying to fix it before mom gets home.
Well, while she's taking a break, I'm gonna get another water.
So here we go. Saddle them up in staging lanes 3 and 4. Saddle up. If you are a box, or I'm sorry, if you are a no box, I repeat, no box winner, staging lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for no box winners. So box double entry buybacks are on high alert. Box buybacks are on high alert. But right now, no box winners, staging lanes 5 and 6. Staging lanes 5 and 6, no box winners. Coming to the line now, Steve Stockton in the 71 Vega. Dialed 586, got that car repaired overnight. After running into someone's debris they left, some weight ballast broke off their car. Steve was unfortunate. to run into it, but fortunate nothing worse happened. And he's back here racing today for $5,000. He's dialed 586. He's going to give just a baby head start of 11/100ths of a second to Louis Raffetto. Raffetto dialed 597 in his Chevy 2 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Couple of good lights. Reaction time advantage goes to Stockton. He runs it through, and on the double breakout, Louis Raffetto advances by breaking out 7 thou less. 7 thou less than Steve Stockton. Coming up now, Dusty Winrich in the Chevy S10 pickup, dialed 653. And only 800ths apart, Mark Lonergan in his 68 Barracuda, Moulin Rouge we'll call it, dialed 645 out of Austin, Minnesota. Dusty Winrich breaks it out by 7 thou, taking a mountain of stripe, as Lonergan breaks it out worse. Your winner, Dusty Winrich. Next pair in the starting line, that's Steve Brings in his 64 Falcon, dialed 594. Going to be chasing Derek Hansen. Hansen out of Sheboygan in the Napa Family Seal 76 Nova Special with 406 cubic inches of small block Chevy power, dialed 678. Both drivers in. The tree comes down. Off goes Hansen. Off goes Springs. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevrolet, but it looks like the Ford has already passed him, and he has. As Hansen has trouble running the number, Steve Brings takes a 140 stripe, going 160 over his dial. Your winner, Steve Brings. No box winners, staging lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6. No box winners. No box winners, 5 and 6. Next pair, Jean Milton in her Demon, Plum Crazy, dialed 671. Going to be chasing down Tyler Lau in his 69 Chevelle, dialed 695. Reaction time advantage goes to the Chevelle. Finish line advantage stays with the Chevelle as he runs dead on with a 7. Gene Milton runs 5 over. Your winner, Tyler Lau. Next pair out, that's Darren Eide in his 66 Chevy 2. Dialed 644, going to get chased by Tanner Osborne. Osborne in the 15 Camaro, dialed 543 in the auto value lane. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevrolet. That's white in color. He turns it into a win. Darren Eide goes 13 on the tree, 1 over with a 3 for a 26 pack. Tanner Osborne had a 22 light, had to run dead on with a 3 or less, went dead on with a 7 to finish 3 thou behind. Darren Eide, your winner. Next pair out, that's Carl Geib in the Chevy Monza, In the auto value lane, it's going to be chasing down John Blomberg. Blomberg out of Cumberland, Wisconsin with his 70 Nova. Natco transmissions on the side of that car. Dialed 665 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Reaction time advantage favors the Chevrolet from Minnesota. He turns it into a win going 4 over. Taking 0-1 stripe. Carl Geib, your winner. Next pair on the starting line. Bryce Miller in his 69 Camaro. Dialed 548, taking on Joe Marks. Marks in the Gone Bananas 71 Duster, dialed 688 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Reaction time advantage going to Bryce Miller by only 100th. But running dead on with a 5, Joe Marks gets there by 1 thou to eliminate Bryce Miller from the pro side or the no box side of the program in today's 5 grander. 1 thou margin of victory for Joe Marks. Double entry box buybacks. Double entry box buybacks 7 and 8. 7 and 8. Box buybacks, you're on high alert. Coming out now, that's Dustin Wells in the S10 pickup in the Fast Freddy's lane, taking on Nathan Carlson, the auto value lane. Only 300 separate them in dial. Nathan Carlson, trip zip perfect. We'll see what he does on the other end. Runs 19 under, breaks it out 19 thou, but doesn't matter. Dustin Wells, 1 stinking thou red. Almost 2 perfect lights on the same run. Both breaking out. Dustin Wells breaking out by a bunch. Next pair, Louis Raffetto in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 597. Going to be chasing Dave Hamilton. Davey out of Hanover, Minnesota in the 70 Firebird, dialed 635. All Pontiac power under that hood. I believe 474 cubic inches. Raffetto, 25 red. Hamilton, 33 green. Hamilton, your winner, runs 1 over with an 8. Raffetto breaks it out 8 thou. Didn't matter. He was red and broke it out, so you can only lose once, and that's with the red light. Double entry box buybacks lanes 7 and 8. Double entry box buybacks lanes 7 and 8. Double entry box buybacks lanes 7 and 8. Box buybacks lanes 7 and 8. Box winners, you are on high alert. Coming out now, Dusty Winrich, Steve Stockton. Dusty Winrich in the S10 pickup, 652. Steve Stockton doing the chasing, 584, the auto value lane. Steve Stockton missed the tree, but he has a second chance, and he gets it. As Dusty Winrich breaks it out 9 thou, Steve Stockton runs dead on with a 3 and snatches victory from the jaws of defeat. Your winner, Steve Stockton. Next pair coming out, Jim Laughlin. He's dialed 675 in his 78 Chevy Malibu, taking on one of the best, Brandon Schmall. Although Laughlin's definitely put more laps on than anybody this weekend, Brandon Schmall looking to knock him down a notch. Dialed 627. in the Fast Freddy's lane.
Looks just like one from Best Buy, right? State of the art. I didn't want to use that thing. Then there's such a glare coming off of this window that it's this window.
Both drivers in and stage. Down comes the tree. Jim Laughlin, trip, zip, perfect. Gets down to the other end, breaks it out 2 thou, takes 17 hundredths. Brandon Schmall also broke it out 6 thou. 21 in the tree. Numbers didn't look right. Race didn't look right. Jim Laughlin, trip, zip, moving on. Next pair in the 64 Falcon, Bailey Pichette.
Bouncing off of the, so you can see like
Dialed 685, going to get chased by Reno Lafaholtz. Lafaholtz dialed 565 in his 68 Mustang. Tree comes down and away goes Bailey. And the light's green. Reno Lafaholtz, 3 red, hands the win over to the 64 Falcon. Pichette does run dead on with an 8, as Reno also breaks it out. Couple of Camaros on the starting line now. 97 Camaro of Joe Shola in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 708. Getting a big head start from Travis Reitzel. Reitzel out of Howard Lake, Minnesota, in the 2000 Camaro in the Auto Value lane. And away they go. 9 thou advantage going to the Camaro from Andover. He turns it into a win, running dead on with a 7. He throws down a 20 pack. Travis Reitzel had a 22 light. No chance. Perfect Pete McKeith over here in the Auto Value lane, dial 542. Going to be chasing down Joe Schmall in the 69 Plymouth Fury, dialed 723 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Box buybacks, all box buybacks. We need you back to the lanes or into the lanes 7 and 8, 7 and 8. All box buybacks. Box winners, you're on high alert. Reaction time advantage going to the big green Fury. Finish line advantage goes to Pete McKeith. Joe Schmall breaks it out 2 hun. Getting there by 7 hun. Needed to take 5 hun or less. How you like that? Pete McKeith, 52 on the tree, 4 over for the win. Next pair out, Ford versus Chevy. Old Ford versus new Chevy. Al Corda in his 15 Copo Camaro, dialed 647, going to get a head start from Scott Pichette. Pichette dialed 583 in his 64 Ford Galaxy. RPMs come up. Big Papa Wheelie out of the Copo Camaro, also reaction time advantage, but by only 14 thou. On the double breakout, Pichette breaks it out by only 4 thou, as Al Corda breaks it out by 18 thou. Your winner, Scott Pichette. Next pair, Jenna Lafaholtz in her 95 Ford Mustang, 565 cubic inches of big block Ford power against 565 inches of big block Chevy power from Mark Rosenbaum in that Corvette out of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Reaction time advantage goes to Schaefer, Minnesota. She'll turn that into a win. Taking 19 stripe. Going 2 over with a 6. Jenna Laufelholtz, your winner. Now Aaron Milton in the 95 Firebird. Going to be chasing Mike Castile in the 65 Chevelle. Castile dialed 579. Aaron Milton dialed 550. Big reaction time advantage going to the Pontiac Firebird. If he doesn't break it out, he'll win. He did break it out. So did Mike Castile, but Castile broke it out by 2 thou less. 2 thou less than Aaron Milton. Your winner, Mike Castile. Milton 4 on the tree, 7 thou under. Castile 29 on the tree, 5 thou under. Next pair, Jason Charlton dialed 658. Seeing the trend that everyone's breaking out. Probably got it in the back of his mind. Going to get chased by Steve Brings in his 64 Falcon. The Fast Freddy's Lane dial 594. Slight reaction time advantage going to Brings. He'll run it out the back door and try not to break it out, but he does. Getting there first by 13 thou. Steve Brings breaks it out by 3 thou more than Jason Charlton. Charlton broke it out 6 thou. Brings broke it out 9 thou. Your winner, Jason Charlton. And on what has become a double breakout round for almost everyone, Dale Hildreth getting the battery charger off the back of the car, dials up a 564. Going to be chasing down Uncle Jim Lambrick, dialed 714 in his charger, the Fast Freddy's Lane. Lambrick went so red he should have shut the car off when he left the starting line, but he runs it through and goes 4 under. As Dale Hildreth goes terrible on the tree but runs 1 over with a 3 and is your winner. Lambrick 440 red. I'm good, thanks. So we should have all box buybacks in staging lanes 7 and 8. We should have all buybacks in staging lanes 7 and 8. We're still working through a few of our no box cars left here. So we got a few no box cars left to run while we're waiting for those guys to cool down as they're double entered, running back and forth and doing the best they can. Box winners, box winners, box winners. This is your call to staging. Box winners 9, 10, 11, 12. Bring them on down, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for your second round in your quest for $5,000 here at Rock Falls Raceway on 4th of July holiday weekend. And don't forget, the big cotton candy eating contest is going to be happening down at Big Girl's concession area somewhere around 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. Stop on by and sign up. And we'll have the first ever cotton candy eating contest here at Rock Falls Raceway. Getting in that, Josh? You guys missed a lot of great entertainment by not being able to hear me.
You can say you're quite the dramatic announcer.
I'm gonna take some more pain pills.
Your back still hurting, man?
Oh God,
Got any extras?
these aren't any good. They're just a leave. So once again, you guys want a freezy pop? Thank you. So as we continue, we got some double entry buybacks. We let them cool down a little bit here before they get out and run. Brandon Schmall in the Fastronics Chevy Nova. Digital delay also. BTE, FlowFast, AirTech. This is bracket racing. I think this is bracket racing Elite. All on the side of the car in that Chevy Nova. Brandon Schmall dialed 626. Going to be chasing down Joe Shola. Joe Shola dialed 708. I think these guys ran each other the top half of this round. Shola dialed 708. This time, reaction time advantage goes to the Chevrolet Nova. He'll turn it into a win. Brandon Schmall runs dead on with a 5, forcing Joe Shola to break it out. Brandon Schmall takes 1 thou at the stripe to go dead 5. Awesome display of driving all weekend long at the finish line by Brandon Schmall. Next out, Pete McKeith taking on Mike Castile. McKeith in the silver and green Chevy 2. Castile in the red Chevelle wagon. McKeith dialed 542. Castile dialed 578. Big reaction time advantage going to Pete McKeith, and if he doesn't break it out, he'll win. He didn't, and he did. Your winner, Pete McKeith, going two over with a 7, 11 light. So getting the bye in this second round of no box, Lenny Littlewees dials up a 616. I think he was trip zip. Perfect first round. Earned him the bye. He'll stage it up and let it go. And goes 25 red. We'll see if that makes any difference in round 3. Runs it out the back door, goes 616 with an 8 on his 616. Here we go. We're into our box buybacks. Couple of dragsters on the line. Fluffy dialed 525 in the auto value lane. Kyle Loffelholtz dialed 468 in the Fast Freddy's lane. And here we go, round 2 starting right now. If you're a box winner, you should be in staging lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12. We should have all boxers in the lanes. Fluffy, 35 on the tree, runs dead on with a 2. Makes it too tight for Kyle Loffelholtz. Loffelholtz breaks it out by 3 thou. Your winner, Fluffy. Coming out now, Bruce Van Straten dials up a 511. In the auto value lane. Going to get chased by Kaylin Bignell. Bignell dialed 496. In her rear engine dragster in the Fast Freddy's lane. Bruce Van Straten goes 11 on the tree, runs run over with a 0 for a 21 pack. Kaylin Bignell goes 4 thou red, runs dead on with a 7. She'll be kicking herself a little bit, but they'll readjust the box and come back for her second pass in box, as she is double entered. Birthday boy Kevin McCarty sadly had to buy back. I hope they took a pool up for him and they bought back for him on his birthday. He's dialed 724 in his 67 red with black vinyl top Chevelle Super Sport out of Cottage Grove, Minnesota. Getting about a 1.5 head start from Brian Yeomans and his green dragster. And the birthday party ends for Kevin McCarty. He's a bunch red. Yeomans goes 26 on the tree, runs 1 over with a 3 for a 39 pack. End of the day for Kevin McCarty. Pair of dragsters on the starting line now. A couple of fast dragsters. Shane Pope dialed 475 in the auto value lane. Bruce Call, his beautiful blue dragster, dialed 477. Call formerly of Racine, Minnesota, now out of Okeechobee, Florida, in the Fast Freddy's lane. Reaction time advantage favors the driver from Okeechobee, Florida, and on the double breakout, he breaks it out by less. Well, actually, they broke out by the exact same amount, so the margin of victory is a difference in reaction time. Your winner, Bruce Call. Jerome Gardner in the 71 Plymouth Cuda. First to leave. Reaction time advantage going to Jerome Gardner, being chased by Roger Hopf. But Hopf runs dead on with a 0 and steals a victory as Jerome Gardner breaks it out by 22. Richard Rhoda kind of hates his motor. About a 8,000 RPM burnout every time. Rhoda dialed 531 in his Chevy 2, going to get chased by Josh Genske. Genske dialed 498 in his dragster. Only 3 thou separate these two drivers in reaction time. At the end of the run, Richard Rhoda runs dead on with a 1, dead on with a 1 with a 23 light for a 24 pack. Josh Genske, 20 on the tree. Gets there by 11th thou, had to take 8th hour less. Couldn't do it. Your winner, Richard Rhoda Sr. Up now, Jason Charlton. Oops, Nate Kofke. Sorry about that. Nate Kofke dialed 648. Kofke out of Appleton, Wisconsin, in his 87 Ford Mustang. Taking on the Mustang of Reno Loffelholtz, dialed 563 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Separated by only 2 thou at the hit. Running 2 over with a 0 and getting behind by 2 hundredths. Reno Loffelholtz loses to Nate Kofke. Kofke runs dead on with a 1 after a 12 light. 13 pack to Reno's 14 light. End of story. Now Jason Charlton on the starting line. He's dialed 659. Going to get chased by Scott Berghammer, dialed 619 in his blue Camaro. His flamed blue Camaro in the auto value lane. Again, separated by only 2 thou. This time the advantage goes to the Nova, but he breaks it out 2 thou, taking 2 hundredths stripe, running 2 hundredths over, not breaking out. Scott Berghammer advancing to the next round. Richard Rhoda Jr. up now in the dragster in the auto value lane, dialed 522. Going to be chasing Gary Loffelholtz. Gary in the 95 Mustang, dialed 581. Nice pop-a wheelie by the Mustang. Reaction time advantage goes to Gary Loffelholtz. He runs dead 1. Shutting out Richard Rhoda. Gary Loffelholtz 14 pack, Richard Rhoda Jr.'s 26 light, no difference. Coming out now in the Fast Freddy's lane, that's Rob Eastman. Bloody Mary mixer extraordinaire. Passing them out last night like they were candy. Or like he was Jeff Burns with a slushy machine. Dialed 551 in that Beretta, going to be chasing down Johnny D. Piazza. Piazza in the 75 Vega, dialed 637 in the auto value lane. Piazza 50 red, Eastman a lot green. Not sure what happened there. Eastman also broke it out. But Eastman, your winner. Tony Robertson in the S10 pickup coming out in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 670. Going to give 600ths away to Jim Laughlin. Laughlin dialed 676 in the auto value lane. Reaction time advantage going to Laughlin. He's 7 on the tree. Runs dead on with a 1. Takes 500 stripe. Winner. 8 total. 8 total. Tony Robertson, 26 on the tree. Runs 4 over. Not a chance. Travis Reitzel next to come up in the auto value lane. He's dialed 539. Some people dropping their dial, catching on to the fact that there's a lot of breakouts going on. Cloud cover, little weather change, something going on out there. Going to be chasing down Myron Strite. Strite dialed 771 has gone the other way in his dial. Sponsored by Myron's Foods. If you're hungry, stop by Myron's trailer. $2,000 difference in reaction time going to the Chevy Camaro of Travis Reitzel. Both drivers break it out. The guy who dropped his dial the most won. Travis Reitzel breaks it out by only 8 thou. As Myron Strite got there first by 2 thou, but broke it out by 12 thou. Next pair out, Joe Schmall in the Fastronic Solutions 69 Plymouth Fury. Dialed 721, getting a big head start from John Lieberg. Lieberg dialed 494 in his big block Chevy Cheney Power, I believe. Rear engine dragster. Reaction time advantage going to the big green garage door going down the track. But he can't hold on to the advantage. He gets behind 3 thou as John Lieberg runs dead on with a 5 for a 31 pack. Joe Schmall posts a 34 pack. Your winner, John Lieberg. Coming up. Coming out now, Jerry Kloss versus AJ Bignell. Kloss 650, Bignell 478. Attention in the pits, Rob Eastman. Rob Eastman, we need you back to staging. We got a rerun coming up, and you'll be running off against Johnny DiPiazza. DiPiazza, we need you and Rob Eastman back to staging. Lane 7, gentlemen. You got a rerun coming. Johnny DiPiazza, Rob Eastman, we need you back to staging for a rerun as soon as possible. Thank you, gentlemen. Jerry Kloss with a 9 thou starting line advantage gets behind. Can't run the number as AJ Bignell goes 16 dead 3 for a 19 pack to take the win. Coming out now, Jeff Cheney in the slow dragster. Dialed 508. Going to get less than a 1/10 of a second head start from Jake Bjorklund. Bjorklund out of Owatonna in his rear engine dragster. Dialed 499. Tree comes down and away they go. Big time reaction advantage going to Jake Bjorklund by 400ths, and he turns that into a win, running 1-2 over with a 6, taking 30 stripe. You can do the math from there. Cheney, little tardy on the starting line, can't make it up. Bjorklund, your winner. Coming out now, Jim Lambrecht in his 66 Charger. Got everything figured out. Reset the box, dials up 712. Going to get chased by Dan Cook. Cook in the 05 Mullis rear engine dragster out of Brandon, Wisconsin, dialed 472 in the auto value lane. $15 thou reaction time advantage going to the dragster, and he turns it into a win running dead on with a 1 for a 37 pack. Jim Lambrecht breaks it out trying to stay ahead, but didn't get there. Margin of victory 0-0-3. Coming out now, Dan Klein out of Hilbert, Wisconsin in that 59 El Camino. Dialed 537, going to get chased by Derek Degnitz. Degnitz in his American Dragster dialed 496 in the auto value lane. $17,000 reaction time advantage going to that El Camino, but he breaks it out for Thau. Taking 30 stripe. Degnitz 29 in the tree, 1 over 9 for a 38 pack. Your winner as Klein breaks it out by 4 stinking thou. Next up, Dion Degnitz in the auto value lane. He's out of Random Lake, Wisconsin. That's a 2018 American Dragster with a 421 cubic inch small block in it, taking on the big block of Doug Katina, big block Mopar, small block Chevy. Katina out of Lake City, Minnesota, Albrecht Farms. On the side of the car, dialed 492. Reaction time advantage going to the small block Chevy. And on the double breakout, he gets there first, also breaks out by less. Your winner, Dion Degnitz. Degnitz broke it out 6 thou. Katina broke it out 14 thou. Next pair of dragsters, Jeff Jones in the blue and black and white dragster, dialed 495 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Jim Fanlin dialed 5 flat in the orange, black, and white, and brown, and some other colors maybe. Dialed 5 flat. Five thou separates them at the hit. 1 thou separates them, or 6 thou separates them at the end, but on the double breakout, Jim Fanlin advances, breaking out by only 8 thou. Jeff Jones breaks it out 9 thou. 6 thou difference at the finish. Hard to judge all that stuff and make it all happen the way you want it to. Fanlin moving on. James Fanlin coming out in his 80 Camaro, dialed 715, getting over 2-second head start from Craig Schultz, dialed 5 flat in his beautiful, redone 2000 undercover dragster, dialed in the Fast Freddy's lane. Reaction time advantage goes to the dragster. Finish line advantage stays with the dragster. He's 23 dead 7 for a 30 pack. Fanlin 37 light, breaks it out 19 thou. No way to do that one. Schultz moving on. Next pair out. Getting almost a second head start, Doug Cruz out of Rockford, Illinois in his 91 Camaro, dialed 653. Taking on Alan McMoran. I wish I could knew how to pronounce this man. Out of Corcoran, Minnesota, 74 Nova, dialed 559. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevrolet from Illinois, and he turns it into a win, running dead on with a 1. 15 on the tree, 16 pack total, 29 light by McMoran, no chance. He runs 1 over. He finishes 23 thou behind. Couple of dragsters coming out next. Willie Gray in the auto value lane, dialed 484. Going to give 11 hundredths head start to Anthony Bignell, dialed 495 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Both drivers careful to stage. Anthony Bignell goes 8 on the tree, runs it out the back door, breaks it out by 8 thou. Willie Gray, red. Your winner, Anthony Bignell. No box winners, no box winners, no box winners, staging lanes 3 and 4. No box winners, staging lanes 3 and 4. Up next, we got Tony Robertson dialed 499 in his dragster. Going to be chasing Mark Rosenbaum in his Corvette dialed 610. No box winners, no box winners, no box winners. Staging lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4. By only 100th, reaction time advantage going to the dragster. And Tony Roberts turns it into a win, running dead on with a 2 for a 26 pack. Mark Rosenbaum, 34 on the tree. Again, no chance. Runs 2 over with a 1 to get 29 thou behind at the finish line. Coming out now, rematch of yesterday's box, no box final, but now in box on Sunday. Bryce Miller hanging on to 1 entry, dialed 549 in his 69 Camaro, blue with white stripes. Going to be chasing Carl Geib. Geib dialed 621 in his Monza out of Montrose in the auto value lane. The apple cart has been upset, and the champ has been defeated. Bryce Miller, super green. Carl Geib with a huge reaction time advantage. Runs 1 over with a 3 for a 29 pack, and Miller wasn't even in the ball game. He breaks it out on the other end, but he's still last night's $5,000 champion, and he's on his way home early after being eliminated with his second entry today. Coming out now, Jim Higgins gets the bye. Jim Higgins with the bye in this round of box. He dials up a 681. Tree comes down, and away Jim goes. He cranks out a 005 light, runs it through, goes 679. Breaks it out 28 thou. But he'll be back for round 3. So no box winners, no box winners, no box winners. We need you. Staging lanes 3 and 4. So right now we got Jeff Cheney in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 472. Going to be chasing down Tanner Zveto out of Hilbert, Wisconsin, dialed 499 in the auto value lane. Tanner goes 1 stinking thou red, runs dead on with a 3. Cheney was 30 and gets a huge break as he breaks it out a bunch also. But Tanner was set up for a single-digit package, which would have been no match for Cheney's light, but he goes 1 stinking thou red. Coming out now, Kaylin Bignell gets a bye, dialed 496. In her rear-engine dragster out of the Bignell stable. I think they have 3 dragsters out here running. She's out of Altoona. Beautiful paint scheme on this dragster. She lets it rip. 001 on the tree. Goes down the track. Goes 496 with a 5. Throws down a 6-pack against nobody. She's on her way to round 3, feeling pretty darn good right now. No box winners. We need you back to staging lanes 3 and 4. Once we get you all back, we'll proceed with the activities today. And here we got a rerun coming back with Rob Eastman and his 91 Beretta. Sorry, 98 Beretta. He's dialed 550 against Johnny D. Piazza. Piazza. And his 75 Vega, dialed 637. And like all reruns, you can't change your dial between the reruns. So we got Rob Eastman's dial back to where he was the round when this rerun started this program. Here we go. Much better reaction times this time between both drivers. Reaction time advantage favored Johnny D. Piazza. But on the double breakout, Rob Eastman, 22, 6 thou under. here, and then we'll get going here in a little bit.
All right, if no box is ready, saddle up.
We don't have a starter. Don't saddle them up.
Again, there will not be a rerun. Both of those drivers are coming back for the next round.
So here we go, round 3, I believe. Round 3 coming at you. No box. We're all done with buybacks. Win or go home. That's what this is all about from here on in. $5,000 waiting at the end of the rainbow. Probably 5 more rounds to go to figure out who's going to win. Coming out now, Pete McKeith in the Chevy 2, dialed 543. Auto Value Lane, going to be chasing down Dusty Winrich. Winrich in the S10 pickup, dialed 652 in the Fast Freddy's Lane. Winrich crosses a tree, goes 002, runs 2 over with a 5, gets there in front by 037. Your winner, Dusty Winrich. Coming out now, Ford versus Ford, Mustang versus Falcon. Jenna Loffelholtz in the 95 Mustang, dialed 576, going to be chasing Bailey Pachette. Pachette out of Sobieski, Wisconsin, dialed 687 in the Auto Value Lane. Tree comes down. Loffelholtz goes red. Bailey Pachette, your winner, goes 21 on the tree, breaks it out by 26 thou. Coming out now, Louis Raffetto. He's dialed 597. Almost heads up. Going to leave a little bit before Steve Stockton in his 71 Chevy Vega, dialed 585 in the Auto Value Lane. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevy Vega. He turns it into a win, running 1 over with a 5 on his 12 light, 27 package. Your winner, Steve Stockton. Coming out now, Steve Brings, dialed 593. Going to get just a little head start. Another Ford versus Ford battle. Taking on Scott Pachette. Pachette in the 64 Galaxy, dialed 582. Pachette goes 5 on the tree. Bringsy, 19 red. Pachette runs it out the back door, goes 583 with a 7 for a tidy 22 pack, moving on to round 4. Joe Shola in the Fast Freddy's Lane, dialed 707, getting almost a 1 second head start from Lenny Ludowies Ludowies in the 01 Cavalier, dialed 617. Difference in reaction time, only 7 thou. He runs dead on with a 5. Taking 12 stripe, your winner, Lenny Ludowies. Ludowies, your winner. Next pair out, Dale Hildreth in the purple Chevy 2. Dialed 564.
You call box winners back to me.
Going to be taking on Joe Marks. Joe Marks in the Gone Bananas 71. Plymouth Duster, dialed 688. Box winners, box winners, box winners. Back to staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Box winners, staging lanes 7 and 8. Identical reaction times. Not identical at the finish line. Joe Marks breaks it out by 8 thou. Dale Hildreth runs over by 12 thou. Your winner, Dale Hildreth. Next pair out, Carl Geib, dialed 621 in his Monza in Fast Freddy's lane. Going to be behind Dave Hamilton just by a little bit at the hit when the tree comes down. Dave Hamilton dialed 635 in his 70 Firebird in the auto value lane. Reaction time advantage going to Carl Geib. He'll run it through and regulate the finish line. He takes 04 stripe. As Dave Hamilton breaks it out by 2 thou, but no matter. Carl had already gotten there first without breaking out. Your winner, Carl Geib. Next pair out, Brandon Schmall over here in the auto value lane, dialed 626. Going to give a baby head start to Darren Eide, less than 0.2 of a second. Eide dialed 644 in his 66 Chevy 2 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down and away they go. Significant reaction time advantage going to that Nova. He'll regulate the finish line down to nothing. No, he takes 300s and still wins by a bunch. Runs 5 over, takes 300s, went 16 on the tree. Eide dead on with a 0. Coming out now, Jim Laughlin, 676 in his blue Malibu in the auto value lane. Taking on Tyler Lau. Lau dialed 695 in the 69 Chevelle in the Fast Freddy's lane. Laughlin, 8 thou red. 1 thou under, 8 thou red. Tyler Lau, 29 in the tree. 22 thou under. Coming out now, Mike Castile in the wagon in the auto value lane. He's dialed 578, going to be chasing down Jason Charlton. Charlton dialed 658 in his Nova in the Fast Freddy's lane. Separated by only 9 thou at the starting line. Couple of good lights. Jason Charlton breaks it out by a bunch, trying to stay ahead of Mike Castile. Castile, 11 on the tree, dead on with a 4-15 pack. Charlton, 20 light, no good. Pete McKeith back for his second entry. Dials a 544. tries a new lane out. He'll be chasing down Nathan Carlson, giving him over a second head start. Carlson dialed 672 in the auto value lane. Carlson, 10 red. Pete McKeith still alive. He goes 29 in the tree, breaks it out by 4 thou. He's coming back for round 4. I can't stand up anymore to look out back, so I'm relying on help, but I'm not cooked. I don't know. Well, I hurt my back this morning, so.
Is that why you're not racing?
Yeah, plugging in the frickin' switch for fucking Greg. Make him plug his own switch in next time. No, my car broke Friday, so it's got a bad intake valve in it. I'm gonna take it apart to fix it. So all box winners, you should be back in staging. 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it takes. All box winners, you should be back in staging. We're going to take a quick car count, and we're going to see where we're at, and then we're probably going to turn you guys loose in a little bit. But we're waiting to make sure everyone is here. Hot off the presses, Jim Laughlin. Jim Laughlin, you are the wait and see buy. You are the wait and see buy in this round of box. Slow down? He told me to slow down? Well, we've slowed down. Well, it's fine. Oh, that's bullshit. Jim's a nice guy. I gave him all the time in the world yesterday when I was running staging lanes. I don't care. Jim's a nice guy. He's not a whiner. Hey.
He wasn't like mean.
No, he's not a whiner. He was double entered, what, through 5 rounds yesterday? Yesterday, I'm saying he was. So, I mean, he's not a whiner. Jim's a freaking terrific guy. And that's why I made sure he had all the time he needed yesterday, because he's not one of those guys.
No, he was good yesterday. Today.
Well, if we're going too quick, then we're going too quick. If he's saying we're going too quick, we're going too quick. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's not. I'm done eating your food.
He's no longer double entered. He went red that last round. So we got our box winners, hopefully in staging. We're doing a double check and a double count, make sure everybody's there. In the meantime, we have a ladder for no box. We have a ladder for no box. And in that ladder, Brandon Schmall will face off against Pete McKeith. Lenny Ludowies will face off against Scott Pichette. Dale Hildreth will unhook his battery charger from his car and race Bailey Pichette. Carl Geib will race Mike Castile. Stockton will face Tao. Dusty Winrich will have the bye. So once again, the next round of no box will be McKeith versus Schmall, Ludowies versus Scott Pichette, Dale Hildreth versus Bailey Pichette, Geib versus Castile, Tao versus Stockton. Winrich has the bye. That is the next round of no box, gentlemen and ladies. And as you get cooled and fueled, you can make your way down, but we're not making that official call quite yet. Saddle up, lanes 7 and 8. Saddle up, lanes 7 and 8. You're coming out right now. We appreciate all your participation this weekend. Know it's another hot one. I think we have a bunch of hot ones in store, and you know we're going to have weather, thunderstorms, junk like that when this hot weather breaks. So this is summer in the land we choose to live in for now.
You're putting ketchup on your cheese curds? You have to. What the hell is wrong with you? You put ranch on them sons of bitches. I didn't get that either, did I?
Ranch all day.
I got whipped double. You need to. I have to have a talk with Randy. I'm telling you what.
Are you getting in the cotton candy eating contest?
They tried to get me. They had entries for me. He wants me to go to ours. I can win it too. I know how the game works.
Here we go. Round number 3, box on the starting line right now. Starting off with a couple of rear engine dragsters. Bruce Van Straten in the auto value lane, dialed 511. Going to get chased by AJ Bignell. Bignell dialed 477 in the Fast Freddy's lane.
No way. You're kidding me.
Don't forget, we got that cotton candy eating contest coming up at Big Girls later in today. Get over there and register, and we'll figure it out from there. Van Straten, 8th thou red. Bignell, 12th thou green. Game over. Bignell breaks it out by 6th thou. Van Straten runs one over with a 1. No good. Next pair out, Rob Eastman. Eastman in his 98 Beretta dials up a 550. Going to get chased by Dan Cook, dialed 472 in his dragster in the auto value lane. Reaction time advantage going to Dan Cook. He's 3 on the tree. You see a puff out of it. He gives it a rip at the end. Goes 72 with a 5 on his 72 for an 8-pack. I think he had a 9-pack the round before. Getting it done. Dan Cook looks like he's on the fast track to get the $5,000. Eastman, 22 on the tree. 1 over with a 7. Not a bad lap. Doesn't compare to an 8-pack by Dan Cook. Next pair out, that's Kaylin Bignell, dialed 496 in her dragster. Going to be chasing Scott Berghammer, dialed 619 in his white flamed blue Camaro in the auto value lane. Reaction time advantage going to the dragster from Altoona. Finish line advantage stays with her. Margin of victory, she runs 15, 14 over for a 29-pack. Scott Berghammer runs 24, 5 over. Also, margin of victory, 0, 0, 0, 5. Coming out now, Doug Cruz dialed 653 in his Camaro. Brian Yeomans dialed 543 in his dragster. Doug Cruz goes 13 on the tree, breaks it out 5 thou. Takes 05 stripe, but your winner, Brian Yeomans, doesn't break it out. Goes 50 on the tree, dead on with a 9 for a 59-pack. Coming out now, Tony Robertson with now his patented short burnout, dialed 499 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Going to be chasing Dion Degnitz. Degnitz dialed 528 in his small block powered rear engine dragster. Degnitz almost perfect on the tree. He goes 2. 1 over with a 4 for a 16 pack. Robertson 40 on the tree. No chance, even though he went dead on with a 1. Getting there first by 25 thou. Dion Degnitz advances to round 4. Coming out now, Jeff Cheney in the fast dragster. He's dialed 471. Going to be chasing Jake Bjorklund, dialed 499 in his rear engine dragster in the fast Freddy's lane. Reaction time advantage favors Jeff Cheney. He regulates the finish line down to 13 thousandths, taking the win, running 3.5 over. Bjorklund dead on with a 0, but couldn't make up for a tardy reaction time. Your winner, Jeff Cheney. Coming out now, Travis Reitzel in the Camaro, dialed 539. Richard Rhoda Sr., dialed 531 in his Chevy, too. Reitzel, 7 green. Rhoda, 7 red. Reitzel runs it through, 22 over for a 29 pack. Richard Rhoda Sr. dead on with an 8, kicking himself for going 7 red. Should have rolled more numbers in the box for that round. Coming out now, Jimmy Higgins in his 69 Nova, going to get chased by Fluffy. Fluffy dialed 526 in his dragster. Higgins 678 in the Nova. Higgins goes 5 on the tree, runs 1 over with a 5 for a 20 pack. Fluffy goes 42 on the tree, can't win, mathematically ineligible. Even though he breaks it out, he's still behind by 20 at the finish line. Roger Hupp dialed 475 in his shorty dragster, Landshark. He's out of Madison, South Dakota. He's going to be chasing down John Lieberg. Lieberg out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, dialed 494. Reaction time advantage going to the shorty. Finish line advantage stays there too. He regulates the finish line down to 15 thousandths and takes the win, going 6 on the tree, 32 over. Derek Degnitz dialed 496 in the auto value lane. Taking on Craig Schultz, dialed 499 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Degnitz out of Slinger, Wisconsin. Schultz out of Winona, Minnesota. Both drivers careful to stage. Schultz in first, followed by Degnitz. Separated by only 9 thou. Degnitz goes 9 on the tree. Runs 1 over with a 3 and gets behind. Schultz, 18 in the tree, dead on 1 for a 19 pack. Finishes 3 thou ahead. 3 thou ahead of Derek Degnitz. Coming out now, Nate Kofke in his 87 Mustang, dialed 647. Going to get chased by Anthony Bignell. Bignell dialed 493. In his 2016 American rear-engine dragster. Reaction time advantage goes to Kofke in the Mustang. He's 4 on the tree. He runs 1 over with a 3 for a 17 pack. Big Nell, 23 on the tree, can't make it up. Your winner, Nate Kofke. Bruce Call, dialed 477 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Going to be chasing Jim Fanlin. Fanlin in the Auto Value lane, dialed 499. Seventh out, separate him at the starting line. Fanlin runs 13 over for a 33 pack. Call was 27 on the tree, breaks it out by 12 thou. Your winner, Jim Fanlin. Next pair coming to the line, that's Gary Loffelholtz in that Mustang, the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 581. Johnny D. Piazza dialed 637 in the Vega in the Auto Value lane. Tree comes down, Loffelholtz goes red. Piazza 15 green, 11th thou under. They'll recalculate and he'll be back for round 4. Next pair coming out, Carl Geib, the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 623. Going to be chasing Jim Laughlin. Laughlin dialed 676 in the 78 Chevy Malibu. Separated by only 2 thou. Whoever gets there first without breaking out is going to win. He got there second. Carl Geib doesn't break out. Jim Laughlin does. Carl Geib 2 over with a 9. Your winner. So no box winners, no box winners. You can make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4. No box winners, staging lanes 3 and 4. So no box winners, no box winners. We need you back. You guys are on a ladder. Pete McKeith will race Brandon Schmall. Lenny Ludowies will race Scott Pachette. Dale Hildreth will be versus Bailey Pachette. Carl Geib versus Mike Castile. Troy, I think it is, Lau. I'm sorry. I forgot your name. Versus Steve Stockton. Dusty Winrich has the bye. Gentlemen can come back at your convenience. I know Carl is still double entered, so we're not going to push that hard. We can't. It's too hot. So once Carl gets cooled off, we aren't going to run without him, but Dusty will probably go last. We'll get everybody else figured out. And these will be the pairings for Super Pro. Hot off the computer. Jeff Cheney will face Mr. I think it's Brian Yeomans. Man, it's getting bad. I should know everybody's name. Cheney versus Yeomans. Schultz versus Higgins. Fanlin versus Hopf. Bignell, Kalen, I believe, versus Cook. Geib versus Reitzel. DiPiazza versus Kofke. And I believe that's Anthony Bignell versus Degnitz. I'm the small block Chevy Degnitz. I think it's TX32 or 1X32. So once again, Yeomans versus Cheney, Schultz versus Higgins, Fanlin versus Hopf, Kalen Bignell versus Cook, Geib versus Reitzel, DiPiazza versus Kofke, Anthony Bignell versus Degnitz. Those are our Super Pro pairings for the next round of competition here at Rock Falls Raceway during our second 5K, third big dollar race in a row. $2,500 given out Friday, $5,000 given out yesterday, $5,000 yet to be given out today. Just a reminder, as you get knocked out of competition, if you got a tab left down in registration, you need to pay your tab before you go home. Shouldn't have to be a reminder, but we're a full-service racetrack, so Lori, if you want to take care of Darren's tab for him on your way out, that'd be great. Thank everybody for coming out again. I know it's a hot day. Pace is slowing down a little bit here as we're got double entries we got to keep lined up. We want everybody to have a fair shake at this $5,000. But yeah, if you got a tab, make sure you pay your tab before you go home. We appreciate that. And again, we want to thank each and every one of you for competing this weekend, this 3-day weekend, and thanks for the fans for coming out and supporting us on your holiday weekend also. Looks like we got everybody in the lanes except our buy holder, and here he comes. Dusty Winrich coming up here, so everybody can determine their lane choices. And once you get all that figured out, we're going to run round 4, 5, whatever we are. Round 4, I think. We're going to run no box round 4 to see who's going to be around for round 5. So here we go, round 4, no box coming your way. Bailey Pichette in her 64 Falcon taking on Dale Hildreth in his 67 Chevy 2, both purple. Hildreth dialed 564, spotting over a second to Bailey. Bailey dialed 685. Here we go. These, all the rounds matter, but from this point on, everything gets more and more intense. Tree comes down and away they go. Reaction time advantage going to the purple Chevy 2. He turns it into a win running 4 over as Bailey Pichette breaks it out. 15 thou. Dale Hildreth, your winner. 13 on the tree, 4 over for a 53 pack. Coming out now, Perfect Pete McKeith in his 66 Chevy 2, dialed 544. Going to be chasing down Brandon Schmall. Schmall in his 68 Nova, dialed 625. So, tree comes down, away they go. Pete McKeith, 9 green. Brandon Schmall, 3 thou red. Pete runs it through, goes dead on with a 8-17 total. Very respectable lap for Pete McKeith. Next pair on the starting line, that's Lenny Ludowies, dialed 617 in the Fast Freddy's lane in his 01 Cavalier. He's going to be trying to stay ahead of Scott Pichette in his 64 Galaxy, dialed 583. Reaction time advantage going to the Cavalier, and he keeps it all the way down the track. He finishes 23 over his dial, taking double 02 at the stripe. Pichette, 36 on the tree, dead on 9. Great runs by both drivers, and this is the time of day when you can have a great run, but someone can have just a little bit better run. Coming out now, Mike Castile in his Chevelle wagon, dialed 578, taking on Carl Geib. Geib dialed 625 in the Chevy Monza in the auto value lane. Geib first to stage, followed by Castile. Down goes the tree, and off they go. Separated by only 100th. Getting down to the other end. Carl Geib regulates and takes the win. Carl Geib, 6 on the tree, 5 over. Huh, my mistake. Carl could not run the number. 6 on the tree, 5 over. Gets behind 28. Your winner, Mike Castile, 16 on the tree, 1 over with a 2 for a 28 pack. Your winner, Mike Castile. Next pair, Steve Stockton dialed 584, going to be chasing down Tyler Lau in the 69 Chevelle, dialed 693 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Stockton red, Lau green. Lau moves on. Coast to the finish goes 7:15 after seeing the red light.
Thanks for listening, Larry.
And getting the bye, Dusty Winrich going to line it up. We'll update the ladder and we'll announce pairings for the next round momentarily. But I can tell you this, I know Lau will face off against Winrich. Dusty turns it loose, goes 50 on the tree, runs 3 over, on his way to round 5. So Carl Geib just went down the track. We'll want to have him get his chance to cool down. In the meantime, box winners, you can come down to 7 and 8. You are on a ladder. We got Degnitz versus Anthony Bignell. We got Nate Kofke versus John D. Piazza. We got Travis Reitzel versus Carl Geib. Dan Cook versus Kalen Bignell. Roger Hopp versus, I think that's Jim Fanlin. Jim Higgins versus Craig Schultz. And Jeff Cheney versus, I think, Brian Yeomans. You guys can roll them on down, but we're going to wait for Carl to get back before anybody runs.
Just remind people that payout will be mailed unless they have money coming from the gambler. They can pick that up, but all other payout will be mailed.
Another reminder as we exit the track this weekend, if you won money in the gamblers race, you can come up here in the tower and get that. All other payouts from the 2,500 and the 2 5Ks will be mailed out tomorrow, so you'll get those before the end of the week. But just a reminder, that's how the payouts work. We announced it at the beginning of the weekend. We're just reminding you at the end of the weekend. All payouts from the big dollar races will be mailed out, but anything you have coming to you from the gamblers races yesterday, that payout is available in the tower if you haven't picked it up already. And I know y'all just went down the track, but just an update on the next pairings in no box. It's going to be a little bit. I'm not calling you down whatsoever. Mike Castile will face off against Dale Hildreth. Lenny Ludowies will face Pete McKeith. Tyler Lau will face off against Dusty Winrich. Winrich versus Lau, Castile versus Hildreth, Ludowies versus McKeith. Those are the 6 remaining cars in no box in today's $5,000 race.
combination of drone footage and then.
Jesus, that's good. I used to teach a television production class, oh God, 30 years ago. And I always marveled at how much you can get wrapped up in putting something, you know, editing and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta have a final view of what you're doing or
Right.
put together something. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
And to find that dramatic music that goes with it, that it really does. It
Yeah.
really does build it.
The clarity of the whole thing too is crazy to me.
Yeah. The editing,
So it looks like we got everybody in the lanes. Carl just rolled up. We're going to make sure he's finished and cooled down before we send anybody down for this round of Super Pro or box, whatever you want to call it. We're getting down to the late rounds. We got 6 cars left in no box. I think we might have 14 right now left in box, 14 or 12. We'll get it figured out. Carl needs a couple more minutes, it looks like. Everybody else is saddling up. We'll get it handled. Appreciate the Guide family getting it back in line. Made a lot of laps in that car the last 2 weeks. Big $3,000 winner last week out of Grove Creek coming back. He's trying to win $5,000 today here at Rock Falls Raceway, along with everyone else who's in the staging lanes.
guessing we're not gonna have the cotton candy eating contest, huh?
So here we go. Dion Degnitz and his small block powered dragster in the auto value lane dials up 528. Gonna be racing AJ Bignell. Little printout mistake on the ladder. Sorry about that. AJ dialed 476 in his rear engine dragster. And here we go. Both drivers are in, and here we go. Degnitz, 20 green. AJ Bignell, 2 stinking thou red. AJ runs dead on with a 7 to add injury to insult. Degnitz dead on 5. 25 pack for Degnitz. 2 stinking thou red for AJ. Next pair of dragsters coming out. Jeff Cheney in the auto value lane. He's dialed 472. Going to be chasing down Brian Yeomans. Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin, in his 99 Mullis. Bright green. Dialed 544. Huge reaction time advantage, and you see some puffs of smoke out of the exhaust. That means Jeff Cheney is regulating the finish line. He goes 474 and it's 472 with a 14 light, taking 18 thou at the stripe. Excellent pass by Jeff Cheney. Brian Yeoman's tardy on the tree and breaking it out on the other side. Next pair in the starting line, Nathan Kofke in his 87 Mustang, dialed 648. Johnny DiPiazza also dialed 648. Piazza might be having some trouble with his car. Was dialed 630s and 620s earlier. We'll see what happens to the Brookfield, Wisconsin 1975 Chevy Vega driver right here, right now. Big time reaction time advantage going to Nate Kofke. He runs one over with an 8, taking 28 thou at the finish line. Your winner, Nathan Kofke. As we mop up tranny fluid for the last time left by Johnny DiPiazza on the Brock Falls Raceway starting line all weekend long. Craig Schultz completes his burnout and backs it on up. He's dialed 499 in that big block Chevy powered dragster. Going to be taking on Jim Higgins. Higgins in the 69 Nova, dialed 678. Schultz first to stage, Higgins in, tree comes down, away goes Jim, and away goes Craig. Separated by only 1 thou. Higgins, 008 on the starting line, goes dead 4 for a 12-pack. Schultz, 7 on the tree, runs 100th under, taking 15 thou stripe, had to take 5 thou or less to get that one done. Your winner, Jim Higgins. Coming out now, Jim Fanlin in his dragster in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed 5 flat. going to get chased by Roger Hopf. Hopf dialed 476 in his shorty dragster. I think he's got big block Ford power in that. Yep. Dialed 476. Fanlin has a 1900s advantage on the starting line, turns that into a win. Fanlin goes 1 on the tree, runs 1 over with a 4 for a 15 pack. Hopf goes 20 on the tree. No chance, even though he went 25 over trying to get behind. Your winner, Jim Fanlin. Coming out now, Dan Cook in the auto value lane. He's dialed 472. Taking on Kaylin Bignell. Bignell dialed 496 in her dragster in the Fast Freddy's lane. $3,000 separate him at the hit. Going through the other end. Dan Cook runs dead on with a 1 as Kaylin Bignell breaks out by 1 stinking thou. She got there first by 5 thou, needed to get there by 4 thou or less. Your winner, Dan Cook. Incredibly close racing here in the later rounds at the end of a big 3-day big dollar weekend at Rock Falls Raceway. Coming out now, Carl Geib. He's dialed 635. He's out of Montrose, Minnesota, going to be taking on Travis Reitzel. Reitzel dialed 540. Reaction time advantage goes to Trav. He gets it done on the other end on the double breakout. Carl's car picks back up from where they thought it was going to go, goes 629 on the brakes, as whatever was going on has been magically fixed. Carl Guy breaks out by more than Travis Reitzel. Reitzel, your winner. He'll be coming back for round 5. So once again, here are your pairings in no box. Dusty Winrich versus Tyler Lau. Mike Castile versus Dale Hildreth. Lenny Ludowies versus Pete McKeith. You drivers can bring them down anytime you're ready. We aren't pushing anybody, but we still do have to finish. So when you guys are ready, bring them on down. We'll get you run. 6 cars remain in no box. 7 cars remain in box. Dion Degnitz, you have the bye going into the next round of box. Nate Kofke, you'll race Travis Reitzel. Dan Cook, you'll race Jim Fanlin. Jim Higgins, you'll race Jeff Cheney. Once again, those pairings, Cheney versus Higgins, Fanlin versus Cook, Reitzel versus Kofke, Degnitz with the bye. Hey, we're getting ready for our cotton candy eating contest. So if you want to come down and witness this or participate, come on down to the Big Girls Street Foods trailer concession stand area. We're going to have a cotton candy eating contest here. come heck or high water. But it's going to happen. So if we get some people down there that want to see a spectacle like this, come on down. We're going to be starting this off in about 5 minutes. So if you want to roll on down, check out the action, see who's going to be our cotton candy eating champion. And Larry won't be able to participate because he's still working. Still working. So Big Girls Cotton Candy Eating Contest is going to be coming up here in about 5 minutes. I'm sure it's going to be quite the spectacle. Cruise on down, check it out. If you want to participate. Sadly, no one on the starting line crew can join this. But we're going to have a cotton candy eating contest here at Rock Falls Raceway. The first one ever. So we have all of our no box competitors in the lanes. They'll sort out lane choice. Joe Marks, you want to check for a battery charger on the back of that purple car? Got that? Okay, thumbs up. No battery charger back there. We'll flip some coins. We'll determine lane choices. And when you gentlemen are ready, the track is yours. So saddle up at your convenience. Bring them out. Starting line crew is ready. Cotton candy contest is getting fired up over there at the Big Girls. Going to be a great day, as always, here at Rock Falls Raceway. Easy on that sprinting there, Mike. Take it easy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ease up. So we got 6 no box cars that remain, 7 box cars that remain to see who's going to take home $5,000 here at Rock Falls Raceway. $5,000, 5 large, 5 big ones. Still up for grabs. Only 13 people in competition for that. Started with over 100 today. I know that. We thank each and every one of you for coming out and participating. Hope you had fun. I know some of you suffered some devastating losses by thousandths of a second. But hey, maybe the tide will turn next time you're out here at Rock Falls Raceway. I had some already this weekend. Here we go. No box, round 5 coming at you. Chevy versus Chevy, old versus newer. 01 Chevy Cavalier in the auto value lane. That's Lenny Ludowies, dialed 617. Going to get chased by Perfect Pete McKeith. McKeith in his 66 Chevy 2, dialed 544. Big block versus small block. Big block in the Chevy 2, small block Chevy in the Cavalier. Both drivers are in. The tree comes down. And away they go. Green lights a pair separated by only 7 thou. Your winner, Pete McKeith, goes 1 over with a 3 for a 39 pack. Gets there first by 0.066. 6 thou at the finish line. Lenny Ludowies, 33 in the tree, 1 over with a 2. Your winner, Pete McKeith. Coming up now, Dusty Winrich, dialed 654 in his S10 pickup, puts Tyler Lane in the auto value lane where Tyler dials 693. Dusty couldn't wait, goes 5 red. Tyler Lau goes 13 green, runs it out the back door, breaks it out by 18 thou. He's feeling pretty good about himself right now. Going into the round of 3, round 6 coming up for no box. Up now, Mike Castile, dialed 578 in the Fast Freddy's lane, taking on Dale Hildreth. Hildreth out of River Falls, Castile out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota. River Falls, Wisconsin versus Thief River Falls, Minnesota. Hildreth dialed 564. So, Dale Hildreth goes 45 on the tree, runs 66 with a 2, takes the win by 3 thou. On the other side of the tree, Mike Castile goes 63, dead on with a 7 to get behind 3 thou. So we got through round 5. Derek Dignitz has brought his by-earning dragster back into the staging lanes. At your convenience, gentlemen, the rest of our Super Pro drivers, you're welcome to come down. Travis Reitzel versus Nate Kofke. Dan Cook versus Jim Fanlin. Jim Higgins versus Jeff Cheney. Gentlemen, anytime you're ready, bring them on down. Dan Cook is already here. We appreciate your participation, and I don't know if it's going on right now or not, but the cotton candy eating contest, I think the rules are being explained right now by Randy for the participants, and we're having a cotton candy eating contest here at Rock Falls Raceway. So once again, pairings: Nate Kofke versus Travis Reitzel, Dan Kike versus Jim Fanlin, Jim Higgins versus Jeff Cheney. Holy cow, it's getting late in the weekend. As everybody rolls in, you guys can start flipping coins. Sorry, Dan, for mispronouncing your name most of the weekend, but thanks for the tip. Dan Kike again. Versus Jim Fanlin. Jim Higgins versus Jeff Cheney. Nate Kofke versus Travis Reitzel. Mr. Degnitz, Dion Degnitz, has the bye. Just a reminder to everybody, if you got a tab that you started, this is the part where you got to pay off your tab. So before you go home, once you're all done packing up, stop by the registration window, get your tab squared away. We appreciate it. We've had fun having you here. We hope you had fun being here. So here we go, round 5. 4, 5? Where are we at? I think we're on round 5. Boxcars coming out. 7 left. 7 goes to 4. Jim Fanlin coming around the corner. He's dialed in with a 501 in his dragster. He'll be taking on Dan Kike. Kike dialed 472, possibly. And he is dialed 472. Does his burnout first, backs it up. Fanlin does his burnout. He'll back it up. At this stage, everybody's been driving well, and they are on their dial-ins. See who does the best. Dan Kike catches a huge break. He goes 40 on the tree, runs 8 thou under, as Jim Fanlin goes 4 thou red and 13 thou under. 4 red makes it the worst one of all. Dan Kike moving on. Next pair in the starting line, that's Nate Kofke out of Appleton, Wisconsin, in that Mustang in the Fast Reddy's lane, dialed 648. He's getting over a second head start from Travis Reitzel. Reitzel dialed 539 in his 2000 Camaro. He's out of Howard Lake, Minnesota. Separated by 29, Travis Reitzel goes perfect trip zip, runs 2 thou under, trying to regulate the finish line, as Nate Kofke goes 5 thou under and breaks it out by 3 thou more than Travis Reitzel. Right now in the Nova, Jim Higgins dials up 677. He's getting a 2-second head start from Jeff Cheney. Cheney dialed 471 in the auto value lane. Some kind of problem with the starting line for Jeff Cheney. Jim Higgins goes 55 on the tree. Gets the win. Dion Degnitz up here for his bye run. When he runs that, he'll come back and face off. He'll face off against Travis Reitzel. In the meantime, Degnitz goes 11 on the tree, dead on with a 6, a tidy 17 pack heading into the semifinal round of box. So with that, I see the crowd has gone away from the big girls area. I'm guessing the cotton candy eating contest might be over. Someone got awarded the big trophy. What was that, Larry? Oh, you were down there?
Yeah.
Good. I Not calling you guys down, but here are the pairings, semifinal pairings for box. Travis Reitzel will face off against Dion Degnitz. Dan Kike will race Jim Higgins. Those are the next pairings for Super Pro / box. So here we go. We had a little bit of an electronic glitch that last round. Dale Hildreth dials up 564. He's going to square off against Mike Castile. Castile dialed 578. So here we go. Both drivers in and pre-staged. And now both drivers are staged. Down comes the tree and off they go. Mike Castile, 3 red, hands the win over to Dale Hildreth. Hildreth, 31 on the tree, dead on with a 6. Castile, 1 over with a 1, but 3 red. Your winner, Dale Hildreth. He'll come back in the round of 3 cars, round 5 or 6 in pro, where Hildreth will face off against Tyler Lau. Pete McKeith will have the bye, but obviously we're not doing any running of that deal till Dale Hildreth gets back in line. So there'll be a little bit of a wait there. Otherwise, we're waiting on 4 cars, 2 cars maybe none. Let me take a look here. We're waiting on 2 cars in Super Pro. We got Dion Degnitz versus Travis Reitzel. Dan Kike versus Jim Higgins. Anytime you guys are cool down, ready to go, come on down. Travis Reitzel's here. We're waiting on Jim Higgins now. Trav, yeah, you have the white dragster right in front of you. Two door cars, 2 dragsters remain. So Jim Higgins, if you care to join us in the staging lanes, semifinal round, box, $5,000 on the line. And here comes Jim Higgins. So Trav and Dion, you guys want to flip a coin, see who's got lane choice? If you're ready first, we'll take you guys first. Otherwise, if you're ready second, we'll take you second. Won't take Higgins very long to get ready. Doesn't have to strap on a lot of stuff. Oddly, the slowest car in the class will be facing the fastest car in the class at this point. 678 versus 472, something like that anyways. Trav will be going about 539 versus a 528. I think that's where Dion is at. I think he's got his dialing up already. 528 if I can see. So it looks like we're getting our Super Pro competitors saddled up, ready to go, getting in the cars, getting the dial-ins on, making everything official. They'll be coming out momentarily. Here's some engines making noise. They'll be coming around the corner and doing some burnouts pretty quick. Dan Kike looks like he lost the lane choice. He's over in the Fast Freddy's lane. Not that there's a difference in lanes whatsoever here. That I can attest to. So can my data logger. But he's dialed 471. Completes his burnout and backs up. Jim Higgins dialed 676. Higgins getting a 2-second head start in that Chevy Nova. Both drivers in and staged. Tree comes down. There goes Jim. There goes Dan. Reaction time advantage favoring the Chevrolet Nova. He can't run the number. I should say he breaks it out. He goes 74 with a 3 on his 76 dial. Dan Kike runs 1 over with a 3, 42 on the tree. Finishes behind by 500ths. But he's going on to the next round by virtue of the breakout rule. Up now, Travis Reitzel dialed 538. Going to be taken off just a little bit before Dion Degnitz dialed 528 in his dragster. Small block versus big block. Small block in the dragster, big block in the Camaro. Here we go. Separated by only 7 thou at the hit. Lighting the wind lamp, Travis Reitzel goes 1 over 8 with an 11 dial in. Dion Degnitz, 18 on the tree, 1 over 4, finishes behind by 0, 0, 3. 3 thou. Travis Reitzel advances to the final in Super Pro for $5,000. Reitzel versus Kike coming up. We got 3 cars in Pro. Travis Lau made it up to staging, patiently waiting for Dale Hildreth. Pete McKeith has the bye. McKeith has the bye. So here we go. 3 cars remain in no box. Only one pair. We got a buy coming up for Pete McKeith. But right now we got Tyler Lau in his 69 Chevelle. He's dialing in at 691. Dale Hildreth dials in 564. Hildreth out of River Falls, Wisconsin. Tyler Lau out of Byron, Minnesota. Chevy versus Chevy going on right now. It could be a, looks like it's probably a Super Chevy Sunday right now. I think we got nothing but Chevys left. Tree comes down, away they go, separated by only 4 thou. Dale Hildreth reaches over, shuts the door, runs two numbers too slow, gets behind by 8 thou. 8 stinking thou. Tyler Lau, 11 on the tree, runs 1 over with a 3 for a 24 pack. Dale Hildreth, 15 on the tree, 1 over with a 7. Gets behind 8 thou anyways. Pete McKeith on the buy. He dials up 544. Goes 46 on the tree. Runs it through. Goes 545 with a 6. Pete McKeith will come back and face off against Tyler Lau in the no box final. In the box final, we got Travis Reitzel and Dan Kike. Dan Kike already down, ready to go. So as soon as Travis Reitzel gets his stuff cooled off and gets his mind right, he can come on down and race in the Super Pro / box final for $5,000. We're down to 4 cars total. 3 rounds of competition left. here we go. Super Pro final coming your way. Dan Kike dials up 472. Travis Reitzel dials 539. Over a half-second difference between the two. Kike out of Brandon, Wisconsin in the dragster. Reitzel out of Howard Lake, Minnesota in the 2000 Camaro. Pair of big blocks on the line right now. $9,000 difference in reaction time. Better reaction time going to your winner, Dan Kike. He goes 21 on the tree, runs one over with a 9, gets behind 17,000 to not break out. Reitzel, 30 on the tree, 7,000 under, had a chance to take it back. Needed to take 10,000 or less. Breaks it out 7,000. And as always, important as it is to get our announcements out, Rock Falls Raceway would like to congratulate Mike Hopp on his 40th wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Mike, for being married for 40 years, I'm assuming to the same woman. So congratulations, Hops, on your 40th wedding anniversary. Thanks for coming out and celebrating with us here at Rock Falls. So congratulations goes out to Dan Kike for winning Super Pro here today at Rock Falls Raceway. He's on his way to the runoff for $5,000. He's going to face off against either Tyler Lau or Pete McKeith. Looks like Pete and Tyler have made it back to staging. They flipped a coin. They've decided lane choice. They're getting in and suiting up right now. One of those two is going to face off against Dan Kike for $5,000. But for right now, they're going to do battle. Tyler in his Chevy Chevelle. Pete in his Chevy 2. So here we go. We got a couple of race cars running. They'll be coming around the corner. They'll be doing some burnouts. They'll be racing each other to see who goes to the final to race Dan Kike for $5,000 here at Rock Falls Raceway. We're wrapping up the end of our 3-day Big Buck weekend. We got another one coming up in August, I believe. If you like this one, the other one will be just as good. Both drivers complete their burnouts in the Fast Freddy's lane. That's Tyler Lau. He's dialed in at 692. In his beautiful 69 Chevy Chevelle SS. Taking on Pete McKeith in his 66 Chevy 2. McKeith dialed in 544. Tree comes down. Away goes Tyler. Away goes Pete. 15 thou difference in reaction time favors Tyler Lau. He breaks it out, though. And on the double breakout, he breaks out by 1 thou more than Pete McKeith. Pete McKeith gets there second. Tyler Lau only took 16 thou at the finish line, but needed to take 6 thou or less. So Pete McKeith going to the final, going to race Dan Kike. McKeith goes 43 with a 0. Tyler Lau went 90 with a 9. There's your difference. 1 thou in the double breakout race. So we've whittled our way down after 3 days of racing to one round remaining. Dan Kike and Pete McKeith will face off for $5,000 to win, $2,000 to runner up. So Dan Kike's already in the lanes. Looks like Pete's making his way down. We'll let these two talk about lane choice and anything else they want to talk about. Well, within a few minutes, they're going to be coming out and rolling on down the track to see who takes home the last big check of the weekend. Will it be Pete McKeith? Will it be Dan Kike? Fast dragster, fast door car going at it here at Rock Falls Raceway. Here we go. Here we go. This is all the big hoopla is about. Dan Kike finishes his burnout, backs up. He's dialed up 472. Pete McKeith dialed 545. Someone's going to win $5,000. Someone's going to win $2,000. Great day for both of these drivers to get this far. Congratulations goes out to them. But we got one big check, not two. So only one of them gets the big check with $5,000 on it. Going to be Dan? Going to be Pete? Let's find out. Both are pre-staged. Both are staged. Down comes the tree. Away goes Pete. Separated by 16 on the tree. You hear the whomp of the throttle. Dan Kite goes 28, dead 4 for a 32 pack. Pete McKeith had a 42 light. Runs dead on with a 5. Ends up behind 13 thou. Pretty darn close racing. Congratulations goes out to Dan Kike for winning $5,000. Pete McKeith, congratulations goes out to him for winning $2,000. Great job, everybody, all weekend long. Thanks for coming out here to Rock Falls. Thanks for hanging out and watching this big final with us. We appreciate all your business. We appreciate your time. Next week, points race here at Rock Falls Raceway. Don't forget about that. We'll see you back here in 1 week, and we got another big dollar race coming up in August. Lots of other things. Tune in on the Facebook. Tune in on the website. You'll be able to keep up with what's going on at Rock Falls Raceway.